tes. Tes, cek, tes, kayaknya, halo.
Cek, tes, cek.
Tes, cek. Cek.
The second day of conference will be starting shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back and thank you for attending the second day, the second international conference on language and language teaching with this year theme, English Education in Mobile and Global Mobile. Meet me again, my name is Ayu Fadila. It is a pleasure that I will be your master of ceremony for this event. First of all, I would like to welcome the keynote speakers today. Dr. Willy Arenandia from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Professor Ravindra Pising from University of Lucknow, India. Dr. P.R. Alkin Kasimov from Moscow City University, Russia, for being here with us. The conference today is fully conducted online, and we expect all presenters and participants are able to join the session until the end of conference. Would you please allow the inform that for the parallel presenter, please rename your Zoom account with the format, room number, presenter, and name. You can see the sample here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us now come to the next item of agenda. The first plenary session. May I present to you the speaker? We would like now to invite Dr. Willy Arenandia from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. To lead the session, we cordially invite Mr. Salim Nabhan, SPD MA, as the moderator. And now, we will hand over the floor for the moderator.
Well, thank you very much for the time given. Honorable guests, distinguished plenary speakers, all presenters, and participants of the second International Conference on Language and Language Teaching, organized by English Language Education Departments, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm Salim Nabhan, and it is my honor to become the moderator of today's conference. For today's first plenary speaker, I'm so excited to introduce you our outstanding speaker, Dr. Willy A. Arenandia from the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. I believe that everyone is familiar with the speaker. For information, Dr. Willy has come to our campus several years ago in a program of English workshops in 2014, also Teflon International Conference in 2016, and first International Conference on Language and Language Teaching last year, and today, now he is with us virtually. So good morning, Dr. Willy, and welcome to the second International Conference on Language and Language Teaching. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me have a short introduction of our first plenary speaker, even though actually Dr. Willy needs no introductions, since everyone knows him. Well, Dr. Willy A. Arenandia is a language teacher educator with extensive teaching experiences in Asia. He currently teaches applied linguistics courses at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He has given more than 100 keynote presentations at international InCoLLT conferences and has published extensively in the area of second language educations. His publications include Language Teaching Methodology, an anthology of current practice, 2002, published by Cambridge University Press, and Student-Centered Cooperative Learning 2019, published by Springer International. He also maintains a large teacher professional development forum called Teacher Voices. You may visit the Facebook page and join it. He also has his personal website called Willis ELT Corner. Please do visit and you will get a lot of academic resources. Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, in these sessions, Dr. will present his talk about the impact of technology in language proficiency development. During the presentations, I also welcome the audience to drop the questions, discussions, or share experiences in chat Zoom to be discussed after the speakers' presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me to welcome Dr. Willie A. Renandia. Dr. Willie, time is yours.
It's been a long time. I remember meeting you many years ago. It's always good for me to see you again in good health. You're looking very healthy and continues to look very young as well, just like me. Ladies and gentlemen, my topic today is about technology. And I'm going to share with you my thoughts about how we can make a very good use of technology in order to help our students develop their English language proficiency. I think you all know that technology has been around for many years, and technology is everywhere outside the classroom and also inside the classroom. I think today all of us feel that we cannot do much without technology, so it comes as no surprise that technology also has found its way in the language classroom. So the question of whether we can or we cannot teach without technology is no longer an important question. We simply have to use technology in teaching, in supporting our students, in helping them develop their English language proficiency. Interestingly, if you look at some of the opinions expressed by people reported in the newspaper and in casual discussions that educators have about technology, many say that technology can do a lot in language teaching. Technology is often seen as a silver bullet, magical bullet, something that will change the way things are done in the classroom. So we often hear things like this. Technology can transform language learning. Technology can enhance language learning. Technology can support language learning. There are many, many positive things associated with the use of technology. One important aspect of technology that we all need to be aware of is this, that students want the teachers to use technology. And they will tell you that using technology can help the students become more interested, more engaged, more motivated as well. Yeah? So this is true, that students can become more motivated when they learn English with technology. That is true. The next question, important question for you, for me, for everyone who are going to become English language teachers or who are already English language teachers or any other language teachers. Pertanyaan yang paling penting adalah, if you use technology, will you be able to help your students become fluent and confident users of English? Betul ya? Because if you are a language teacher and your main job, the most important job is this, helping your students develop advanced level of English language proficiency. Elementary beginners level of nothing. I think we need to help our students become more advanced, more competent in using English. Yeah? Okay. If that is the question, and we need to ask ourselves whether or not there has been sufficient empirical evidence, apakah sudah ada bukti-bukti empiris dan data yang mengatakan bahwa using technology can improve students' language proficiency. I want to share with you one example, one empirical study, very interesting study. It was done recently in China. China is a bit like Indonesia in terms of how students learn English. English is learned as a foreign language in China in the same way that English is learned as a foreign language in Indonesia. And that means students don't usually speak English, and teachers often don't usually speak English in the classroom as well as outside the classroom. So this study is very interesting to me. The title of the study is this: The More Technology, the Better. A comparison of teacher-student interactions in high and low technology use in elementary EFL classrooms in China. Now here is the context of the study, just to help you understand what the study is like. The study was done in a primary school, di kelas SD, di desa kecil gitu. And the researchers are interested in examining, in understanding how two groups of teachers, yang satu banyak memakai teknologi di kelas, and the other group not using as much technology in the classroom. And the researchers are then observing what is happening in the classroom in terms of classroom interaction patterns, how the teachers explain things in the classroom, how the teachers interact with the students, and how the students interact with each other in the classroom as well. So that is what the researchers are interested in. Hasilnya, what is the hasil? Do you think? Pak Salim, are you still there, Pak Salim?
Yes.
Yes, the hasil empirical study comparing teachers who use a lot of technology and teachers who don't use a lot of technology. Hasilnya seperti apa? Apakah ada bedanya? Atau sama saja? Pak Salim, we say sama.
It probably there is a difference.
No, not much.
Not much.
Jepangnya onaji, bahasa Jawanya sami.
Oh,
The same.
onaji.
Yes, this is what happens. There's no difference between, in terms of what happens in the classroom, in terms of whether the teachers use a lot of technology or whether the teachers use little technology. No difference. You have the amount of English language used in the classroom, pemakaian bahasa Inggris oleh guru maupun oleh siswa, very small, very minimal. And we all know that using language in the classroom, practicing English in the classroom, is very important for language development. And the kind of questions that teachers ask also are of the low level type. Very simple, very basic display type of questions. And in terms of feedback that teachers provide, also very minimal. And these are important things that should happen in the classroom. The teachers asking good questions, the teachers use a lot of English, the students use a lot of English in the classroom, and the students provide corrections, feedback in the classroom as well. That apparently is not happening. Yeah. Conclusion, simpulannya, technology in this particular study, kayaknya nggak ada dampaknya itu. Has very little impact, yeah, in the quality of teaching and in the quality of learning. Okay? Nabila is taking this very seriously. Good for you, Nabila. Okay, here is another study. Tadi satu data yang mengatakan bahwa teknologi rupanya nggak begitu berpengaruh. Well, the second study, second piece of research that I want to share with you is even more interesting. Lihat judulnya nih, Technologies for Foreign Language Learning, a review of technology types and their effectiveness. Ini sebuah penelitian yang cukup besar, di mana researchers are looking at past research studies yang jumlahnya ratusan. Jadi dievaluasi hasil-hasil penelitian yang juga pernah dilakukan yang menyangkut pemakaian teknologi, apakah ada dampaknya terhadap penggunaan bahasa, terhadap proses bahasa literasi. So, a lot of studies are reviewed by the researchers. Ya, hasilnya very interesting as well. Result. Overall, secara umum, secara keseluruhan, ini kecil banget. Very minimal impact. Very, very interesting piece of empirical data that I'm sharing with you now. Dari sekian banyak hasil penelitian yang pernah dilakukan, itu hanya ada 2 positive result. Yang pertama adalah di bidang pronunciation. So the use of technology can potentially impact the students' ability to pronounce English words, English sounds more accurately, and maybe also more fluently as well. Yang pertama yang positif di area pronunciation. Yang kedua, the other dampak is on the amount of language used in the classroom. This is also interesting. Biasanya siswa itu anteng banget, tenang sekali kan mengucapkan lalu memakai bahasa Inggris begitu. Technology can help. So technology allows students to hide behind the screen, so to speak, and they are more willing to say more, to speak more, and maybe to write more English as well. Jadi dari 2 hal ini yang bisa kita pikirkan, yang bisa kita manfaatkan pada waktu kita memikirkan how we can use technology to improve the quality of our teaching, to improve students' English language proficiency. Yeah. So far, I have shared with you 2 studies. Look at hasil penelitian. So again, the big question that we need to ask ourselves is this: can technology improve language proficiency? Silakan dijawab if you would. Please show me your hand whether it's yes, 1 finger up, no, 2 fingers up, or 3 maybe. Can I see your fingers, please? 3. 3 is maybe. Nabila also 3. Anyone else? Ika is thinking very hard. 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay. Yes, the answer is maybe, and maybe is not good, right? Maybe is not good enough. I think we need to find ways to use technology so that we can support, we can help our students to learn the English language better and also more efficiently. So, ladies and gentlemen, tadi itu baru introduction ya. It's something for you to understand. So today I'm going to share with you 3 major. Point number 1 adalah bagaimana jika seorang guru itu memakai menggunakan teknologi, tapi tanpa mengubah pedagoginya, cara mengajarnya, pendekatannya dalam kelas. So point number 1 is teaching using technology, but the way we use technology is the same like what we did before we used technology. Very little change in pedagogy. Yang kedua, technology with good pedagogy. Jadi ini marriage between technology and pedagogy. Yang ketiga, yang paling penting hari ini adalah using technology with InCoLLT pedagogy. InCoLLT stands for English Language Teaching. Jadi yang kedua dan yang ketiga itu akan sangat penting sekali pada waktu kita membuat rencana proses belajar mengajar di kelas, pada waktu kita berinteraksi dengan siswa di kelas. I think we should be thinking about 2 and 3. Let me begin with the first one. I think the first one is very easy to understand. If you use technology, but the way you teach English is the same, sama seperti zaman dahulu, I don't think the impact is going to be there. Okay. Let me start with this one. So the first one is using technology with very little change in your pedagogy, in your teaching methods, in your teaching approaches. Misalnya pemakaian teknologi secara sederhana, misalnya memakai WhatsApp, memakai Google Forms, memakai grammar check applications that are available on the internet, hanya sekedar memakai. Kalau dulu itu harus ngeprint dulu, copy dulu, kemudian hand out dibagikan pada siswa, sekarang lebih mudah. You can just send via e-forms or the e-learning materials to your students. Will that change the quality? I don't think so. It makes your life easier, it saves you time, but does it help your students improve their English language proficiency? The answer is probably not. Kalau dulu memakai bacaan itu harus dicetak dulu di fotokopi dan sebagainya, sekarang today you can use digital teaching materials. Apakah ada bedanya memakai printed text, printed reading materials, atau digital reading materials seperti ini? Ini sudah diteliti ya. It's a very interesting topic for you to investigate. Apakah hanya sekedar memakai bahan bacaan dari e-books atau e-materials, will that help your students understand better? Which one is better? Number one and number two. Number one is e-book. Number two is just for printed books. Amelia? Two. Yes. I think Ian is correct. Yes, two. Interesting. Ya ternyata memegang buku memberi kesempatan pada siswa membaca dan memahami itu lebih mudah memakai physical books dan printed books. Kalau cuma baca komik, doesn't make any difference. Kalau cuma baca novel, it's the same. Whether you read online or whether you read the printed books, it's all the same. But if you want your students to have a deeper understanding of what they are reading, it looks like printed materials are better, at least for now. Yeah. Because the way we teach language, the way we teach language is the same seperti yang sudah itu dulu Patrice itu ya, menjelaskan aturan-aturan kata bahasa. You explain a lot of grammatical rules, grammatical exercises using the blackboard or the whiteboard. Sekarang memakai teknologi, pakai PowerPoint slides dan sebagainya, pakai projector dan sebagainya. Will that have any impact on your students' English language learning? The answer maybe not. Gitu. 2 minggu yang lalu saya ke Surabaya. I was in Surabaya, and I saw my niece learning English, and diberi latihan kata bahasa seperti ini. Some and any, silakan BBC. Are there some atau any? There are some atau any cats in the tree. We don't have some or any money. This is a very, very traditional exercise. You can do it using printed materials, or you can get your students to do a web-based grammar exercises like this. Apakah ada bedanya? If we talk about the dampak, the impact of language learning, the answer is no, tidak ada bedanya. Because this is not a good way of teaching grammar. Saya ulang ya. Having exercises like this, it has a very small, very minimal impact on language learning. But at the same time, teachers, guru-guru bahasa di Indonesia, itu paling senang sekali memberi latihan, memberi homework assignment seperti ini. Gunanya, not much. Almost nothing, actually. Okay? So if that is the case, asking you the same question now. If you use technology for teaching purposes, but the way you teach is the same like you did before, then will technology has any impact on students' English language proficiency development? Silakan dijawab lagi. 1, 2, or 3? 2, yes, absolutely. 2. It's not going to change anything in the classroom. Yeah, remember that. Let's move on to the second point now. The second point is this. Second point that I want to share with you is this: using technology. Tapi pemakaian teknologi ini dilandasi atau berbasis modern pedagogy, modern teaching approaches. Yeah. So using technology, or the use of technology is informed by good general educational principles. Saya ulang ya, hati-hati ini. General educational principles. Ini adalah prinsip-prinsip belajar umum. Umum artinya prinsip-prinsip ini ada bahasa Inggris ya boleh, mengajar matematika ya boleh, mengajar sejarah, geografi, apapun ya bisa. Namanya general educational principles. Ya. Ada banyak sekali prinsip-prinsip mengajar pada umumnya. Many of them out there. I'm going to share with you 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 saja. Ya. Masih banyak lagi di luar sana yang good pedagogy, good educational principles, but these are 5 maybe of the most important principles for education, for any kind of teaching. Ulang ya, for any kind of teaching, these principles are very, very important. Whether you teach English, whether you teach geography, whether you teach sciences, all these principles are very important. Prinsip nomor 1 adalah personalized learning, customized learning. Sekarang lagi keren banget. Yang paling keren namanya sekarang adalah differentiated instruction. Mengajar sedemikian rupa sehingga kebutuhan needs of every single student in your classroom is being met by the way you teach. And technology is very good. Terutama AI itu potentially can help you, the teacher, to provide different sets of materials depending on whether your students are of high proficiency, mid proficiency, or low proficiency. AI can also provide you with different types of materials depending on your students' interest. Ada yang suka kisah cinta, ada yang senang kisah-kisah yang adventure misalnya. You can ask technology to supply you with different types of materials which you can then use in the classroom. Itu istilah kerennya sekarang adalah personalized learning atau differentiated learning that can happen in the classroom. educational principle, general educational principles. With that, use of technology improve language proficiency. Jawab lagi, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3?
Yes.
Nabila, 1, 2, or 3. Nabila, 1, 2, or 3. Okay, you say 3. I don't think you can say 3. I think the answer is maybe. Yeah, if you choose 3, then you have to play very hard. Because language learning is very different from other types of learning. Okay. Moving on. Sekarang poin yang ketiga.
Maybe.
Ini bagian yang paling penting dan masih segar, masih bisa dan sebentar 10 menit ya. Another 10 minutes. Using technology accompanied by a set of English language teaching pedagogy. Kita mengajar bahasa, yang terutama mengajar bahasa Inggris, bahasa asing. Maka proses belajar mengajar di kelas pada waktu kita memakai teknologi harus dilatih asing oleh prinsip-prinsip mengajar bahasa. So that is what I want to focus on. And this part is very, very easy for you to remember. The 3L. 3 L's that you need to remember. Ya, prinsip-prinsipnya disatukan, di capture dengan 3L. L yang pertama adalah language input. L yang kedua language processing. Dan L yang ketiga language use. Can I ask you to say this together? L number 1 is
Language input.
very good, language input. And L number 2?
Language processing.
Language processing. And L number 3?
Language use.
Yes, 3 ini harus ada. Kalau tidak ada ini, pemakaian teknologi itu hanya sekedar memakai teknologi. It's not a bad thing, but I don't think you'll be able to help your students to improve their English language proficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, yang pertama, poin yang pertama, ya, prinsip belajar bahasa yang pertama adalah language input. Bahasa sehari-harinya namanya nutrisi bahasa. If you want to learn French, if you want to learn Japanese, if you want to learn Korean, for example, you have to have a lot of language input. You have to have a lot of language nutrition in that particular language. Yeah. And technology is just excellent. And technology makes it very easy for you and for your students to have yourself surrounded by language input pretty much 24/7. 24/7 itu seharian itu bisa. Yeah. And the theory, the principle says very clearly that language input is very, very important for language proficiency development. Bahasa kerennya adalah input is sine qua non to language development. Sine qua non itu bahasa Latin, artinya adalah kondisi, precondition. You have to have, you need to have this. Without this, you cannot develop, you cannot learn any language. In other words, no input, not much learning. A little input, a little learning, basically. The more input you're able to surround yourself, the more input you can provide to your students, I think the more the students are or will be able to acquire to learn English as well. Again, technology is there for you, and input, language input itu saya sederhana itu adalah bacaan, ya, reading, listening, viewing, watching movies, itu semua berupa input. And input is just a click away. You can stay at home, you can turn on your computer, you just click on it, and the input is there for you. You can listen, you can enjoy, and so on and so forth. E-books, radio readers, TED talks, Netflix talk shows. They're there for you. Yeah, all these are examples of language input. Yeah. If you are able to understand TED talks or TED presentations. It's a great source of interesting content and also interesting language. Here we go with TED, and I hope you enjoy watching TED. Yeah, some examples here. All very interesting topics, really. More interesting than language teaching materials in the classroom. Yeah, it's about business. This one is about passion, about perseverance, about success in life. This one, again, is about the power of believing, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So important for you to remember. It's a lot of language input that you can, access. Jadi access setiap saat. Now maybe some of you are asking, what if I watch TED and I don't understand? But today is very simple because the transcript is there. Transkripsinya ada di sana. If you find the transcript difficult, you can get the transcript translated first into Bahasa Indonesia. So there's no reason for you to say that, well, yes, I like TED, but I don't understand. There's no reason for you to do that because technology is there to help you understand what you're watching. Ini. Dalam konteks belajar bahasa Inggris itu ada sebuah approach, teaching method yang namanya extensive reading, membaca dalam jumlah yang banyak sekali. Extensive reading is essentially the kind of input that your students need in order for them to develop their English language proficiency. Yeah, keyword is extensive reading. Atau yang suka nonton TV, enggak yang nonton TV ya. If you enjoy watching YouTube videos, for example, the same thing. You can call that extensive listening or extensive viewing.
Yes.
Yeah. Is this useful for language development? Yes, very useful. Input is so important for language development. Menurut Professor Richard Day, this is what happens. So that you really understand why language input through reading, through listening, through watching movies is so important. Good things happen to students who read a great deal, or who listen a great deal, or who watch movies a great deal in the foreign language. Research studies show they become better, more confident readers. Membacanya bagus. They write better, tulisnya bagus. They can understand spoken language better, and they can speak better as well. Their vocabulary improves, and their grammar also improves a little bit. So everything basically, and this is what we call English language proficiency. Yeah. Language proficiency develops menjadi bagus as a result of you being surrounded by language input, nutrisi. Nutrisinya berupa bacaan yang ada di internet, nutrisi bahasa berupa movies, YouTube videos, and many other things that are available on the internet. The technology is there for you to make use of it. Now here's an example. Really available. You can listen. You can, watch the stories 24/7 a day. Very interesting stories for your students and even for you. Storyline online, available completely free. This one is also another source of language input. L1 is language input. Books for Asia, made available completely free for you. Ini. Buku-buku ini semuanya free dalam bahasa Inggrisnya. Language input. Here's another one. If you enjoy listening or watching movies, videos, here's another website. ELLLO. There are hundreds to thousands of listening materials, very interesting video materials from all over the world, completely free. So you can watch, you can download, you can do whatever. Okay. Again, the keyword is this. Technology allows you to be surrounded by language input 24/7 a day. Okay? Okay, that's L number one, right? L number two namanya language processing. What does it mean, language processing? What it means is this: input alone is not enough. Input atau multitip itu sesuai dengan kebutuhan, sesuai dengan kebutuhan kita. I think I gave an example earlier on. If you watch a movie and you don't understand very much, then the input is not very useful for you. If you read a novel, not just one novel, misalnya Harry Potter, misalnya, you read and you don't understand very much, it's not going to help you improve your English language proficiency. In other words, input alone is not enough. The language in the input will have to be accessible. Accessible itu kalau dibaca langsung nanti begitu. Ini ada satu dua kata yang sulit misalnya, that's okay. But generally, you read, you understand. You read, you enjoy, you understand. You watch a movie, you like it, understand, you know what is happening in the movie. Yang berikutnya adalah the content. Nah, ini kaitannya dengan motivasi, dengan engagement. The content will have to be relevant, the content will have to be interesting, the content will have to be magical. The reason is very simple. If you read a novel, the language is easy, but the story is very bad, then you will just stop reading somewhere in the middle. Yeah? If the story is so interesting, then you want to read it again, and maybe you want to find another similar novel so that you can have a great time reading and enjoying the content of the story. Yeah, begini nih. If the content is magical, it's very important that you are very much into the story. If the story is not interesting, put it aside, find another one. If you watch a movie on YouTube and it's not so interesting, you can put it aside and find another one. Technology makes it easy for you to do that. Ini beberapa contoh dari baik siswa maupun guru yang berhasil they become very good, they become very competent speakers and use English after being surrounded by a lot of English. Yang terakhir 2 orang guru dari Indonesia friend from Unipa Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Willie. You have delivered a very practical and insightful presentations about the use of technology on language proficiency. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the questions and answer sessions. I'd like to welcome the audience to have questions or provide discussions or share the experience related to the topic. We have maximum 20 minutes, yeah? Okay, you may click raise hand tools or drop the questions to the chat Zoom.
Yeah, direct question is okay too.
Okay, yeah.
Turn on the audio microphone.
Okay, right. I think we have first questions from chat Zoom. From Nabila Rizki. From what you have been explained before, so that our students can fully understand the materials, can you give me some advice or tips to engage or motivate our students more? Thank you.
Yes. Nabila, thank you very much for the question. It's a very, very good question. Seringkali di bahasa itu sering lupa bahwa belajar bahasa itu harus dilandasi kepada satu prinsip yang paling penting, yaitu siswa. Sorry, battery is almost up. Yeah. When the students read and they don't understand very much, they won't learn very much from it. The prinsip yang pertama. If they read or watch a movie and they don't understand very much, when they are listening to the English or they read in English, they won't learn very much. Ya, prinsipnya mengatakan kalau ada satu dua kata yang mereka nggak ngerti, kalau ada 5 kata yang mereka nggak ngerti, atau 6 atau 7 atau 8, 10, 20 kata, then they are wasting their time, and you are wasting your time as well. Terus salah siapa? Salah siswa? Salah guru? Enggak. The answer is very simple. You just need to find more accessible material. Yeah. So that is the language aspect. Dan aspek yang kedua yang mungkin lebih penting adalah konten. Kontennya itu nggak menarik. Kalau konten tidak menarik, the students will not be motivated. The students will not be interested. Motivated untuk siapa? Interesting untuk siapa? Untuk siswanya. Apakah bisa mencari bahan yang menarik? Appealing for the students. The answer is yes. Very easy today. Waktu kali malam agak susah, but today is very, very interesting. And ChatGPT, for example, is right there in front of you. You can just give ChatGPT a very simple task. Please give me a story for my students who are 10 years old and they are interested in InCoLLT. Nanti kan muncul cerita pendek begitu. Now, and then when you look at the story and you feel that the language is difficult, you can type again, ask ChatGPT to simplify the language, make the language easier. And ChatGPT, the machine will give you another story, interesting and also easy to understand. Dari Nabila, when the students are not motivated, seringkali yang salah bukan siswanya. Seringkali yang salah adalah materi yang kita berikan nggak cocok. And the second one is because the teacher is not interesting. It's not the student. Yeah. And there are many things, many tips that you can find on the internet to make your lesson more interesting, to make your materials more interesting, and to make your task more engaging as well. So that is my answer. Very important question that you asked.
Okay.
Are you from Surabaya or from Madura? From Sidoarjo?
I was born in Surabaya.
You're born in Surabaya. Good for you.
Okay.
Yes, more questions, please?
Yes. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Willie. We've got participants who raise hand. Please Bu In to ask questions, please.
Morning, Pak Willy. Yeah, thank you for the committee. It's a really nice topic. I've always been interested in whatever Dr. Willy is presenting. So, karena Dr. Willy saya berusaha mengikuti. Karena saya selalu fans dengan topik-topiknya. Thank you, Pak Willy. Yeah, myself, I'm one of the English lecturer in Tegal, especially in the Polytechnic Harapan Bersama Tegal. Have you heard about my institution?
I have heard about Tegal.
Yeah.
Where Tegal is located, yes.
Yeah, so there is Polytechnic Harapan Bersama, so we are, I am in a professional institution. One of my biggest challenges in the professional institution in fact, we are living or we are located in the small town, so it's very challenging for me to introduce or how to make the student engage in my classroom. So this is something that I really need from this meeting, and then you gave us, share us about how pedagogy is really do matters for all the teachers. But one question remains for me, doctor, so please help me. What the first thing I need to do when dealing with the technology, especially with the students living in a small town with really small or limited knowledge of the English, and they feel I've been doing a small research or simple research that just trying to find out whether they're interested or not at English. So the question may say, I'm not interested very much in English because I don't use the language. So that's my initial research before I set my all the teaching materials, all the teaching tools, and so on. So, but I tried to using the technology and also using the traditional method like books and so on, but it doesn't work much. So maybe you can share with tips or strategy, the best way, or the first thing I need to do or we need to do dealing with such the situation. Thank you, doctor.
Yes. Tip number one is keep trying.
Of course, keep trying.
Keep trying until the students tell you that, hey, teachers, thank you for reminding us again and again about the importance of English language learning in their specific context. But more seriously, I think is to ask your students. Very often we make assumptions. We assume that we know what our students want.
I did. I have.
Ask them, and to the best, in the best possible way, try to address, their needs, try to understand where they're coming from, and more importantly, try to find relevant materials. When I say relevant materials, itu bukan grammar exercises, tidak.
Yes.
When I say relevant materials, itu bukan vocabulary exercises. Memorizing vocabulary is not very useful. Memorizing grammar rules is not very useful. But let them watch cartoon movies, for example. Let them watch something that they can really, really understand, that they enjoy doing. And that, I think, is the secret. The secret to language learning is for the students to stay engaged, to stay doing it without them realizing that they're actually learning the language. Kuncinya di situ.
Okay.
Once you understand that, I think you will be in a position to tell yourself that I should not be teaching too much. I think what often happens in our classroom is that we tend to over-teach. We tend to be there teaching, telling, explaining our students about many, many things that don't really make a lot of sense from the student's perspective. Let them watch a small movie. I mean, really, really a small movie, a simple movie, Disney cartoons or any simple story, and then build your activities around a story. I've never met anyone in life who says that I don't like stories. Nobody dislikes stories. They like stories because stories is what make our life, interesting. In fact, our life is organized around stories. So try to find simple, easy, relatable stories. If you can find it in Bahasa Indonesia, that's fine. You can get it translated into Bahasa Inggris. No issue at all. And the translation process these days is so easy. You can just use any of the translation tools to help you translate the story from Bahasa Indonesia to Bahasa Inggris. Yeah. If the translation is sort of still very difficult for your students to understand, go to another tool and ask, again, technology to rewrite the story in a very, very simple, interesting language as well. Yeah, I think that's the key thing. So if I were to summarize my teaching philosophy, English language teaching philosophy, the kind of things that will help our students to develop the English language proficiency from A1 menjadi A2, from A1 to A2 on the CFR scale, yeah, from A2 to B1 on the CFR scale. I think I would say it in two, I will summarize my teaching philosophy in two ways. Number one, the input will have to be available, accessible input, appealing input will have to be available on a regular basis. Not once in a blue moon, but on a regular basis. Yang nomor dua, with sufficient motivation. Now, interestingly, these two are related because if the reading is interesting, if the movie is interesting and understandable, I think the students will get very excited. They will be more motivated, and they will feel that, although they don't feel that they are learning something, actually they are learning a lot during that process. Yeah. Tip number 3, do not force your students to speak too early. Do not force your students to write in English too early, because speaking and writing come very much later. But allow students to enjoy the language. For one whole year, I think you will see a lot of improvement there. Hu Yin, thank you very much for your question. Please invite me to go to Tegal.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
Maybe later this year or maybe next year.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Willy. We have next questions from Wahyu Kurniawan. Okay, please.
Good morning, Dr. Willy.
Yes,
Please introduce. My name is Wahyu.
Yes, Pak Wahyu.
I have a question because 2 weeks ago I have a new class for elementary, but I wonder, right? Almost all of my students older than me, and then how to handle our student older than us. Of course, we know they have so many experience and they know everything. Okay, sir. I think that's my question. Thank you.
Oh, the students are older than you?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we are in military.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't think age is a major issue there. Again, I will early on about the importance of providing students or your older students with relevant experience in the classroom. So the key word is relevant experiences using English in the classroom. So obviously the military students are interested in, military exercises, military discipline, or things related to defense, for example, things related to anything to do with the military. So once you're able to find interesting, relevant materials, I think that will be the first step for you to get into the follow-up discussion and activities and things like that. I don't think older people or experienced people are very much interested in doing homework assignment. Nggak tertarik mereka. So grammar exercises, stay away from that. Do not give students assignment or homework. Homework is not useful. Yeah, the most useful kind of homework is for your students to watch a short YouTube video clip on what is happening in Ukraine and Russia, for example. It's a war going on there, right? I think they'll be very interested there, and they will learn a lot from watching video clips or news broadcasts about the situation in some troubled countries in the world. The relationship between South Korea and North Korea, for example. I think that will be of interest to your students. The language may be difficult though, and this is where you need to come in and provide language support to your students. The content is of interest to them, but the language may be a bit difficult. And this is where you need to come in and provide a lot of linguistic support to your students. And these days, as I said, it's easier to provide linguistic support. Translation tools are there, available for free for you to use as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu.
Yeah.
And I hope you enjoy your teaching.
Oh, yes. Actually, one thing, they are always sleeping in my class. Okay,
Yes.
Professor, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I think we have last questions from Ibu
Yeah.
Dia because time is limited.
Yes,
So
Budia.
I'm currently emphasizing digital literacy in school to enhance the literacy rate and motivation among the students. Based on my experience, I found the challenge that children tend to distract reading English e-books while using technology. What is the effective method to overcome?
Yes. Earlier in my presentation, I give you an example comparing reading from digital text from the internet and reading printed materials. Yeah. And up to now, the empirical research tells us that reading from printed materials is superior if you are aiming to get your students to be able to have a deeper understanding of what they are reading. That is true. And one of the reasons that printed books are more powerful is because digital text can be distracting. There can be a lot of interruptions. As you are reading on your screen, for example, messages may pop up. People may be trying to call you on the phone. So it is the distraction that prevents students from enjoying, from getting the full benefit of their reading materials. So the advice will be for you to use digital text with no interruptions possible. So turn off the Wi-Fi, for example, or turn off the other internet related sources that can cause problems to your students. Yeah. Again, another important consideration is, of course, students, get distracted, lose their attention because the topic is not interesting. The topic is not relevant. So it doesn't matter whether you read digital text or non-digital text. If the text is of no interest to your students, they will just, switch off after spending 1 or 2 minutes. That happens to me, and that happens to you as well. I think we know that for a fact. Yeah. So find reading materials that are so important, so interesting, so relevant, and so engaging, so that the students will stay focused at least for 5 or 10 minutes. Pak Salim, back to you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Willy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, because time is limited, and I believe that every participant has their questions, but we have to end the sessions, and it can be taken a conclusions that using technology and using the principles in InCoLLT pedagogy can enhance language proficiency of our students. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before ending my sessions, in recognition for Dr. Willy's significant contributions as our plenary speaker, we would like to give a certificate of appreciation virtually. For these sessions, please the head of the English Language Education Department to hand over the certificate of appreciation virtually to Dr. Willy.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Willy. Thank you very much. Good morning,
Yes, Pak Fajar, long time no see.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Pak Navhan? Hello, Pak Navhan?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Pak Willy. Please accept this certificate for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak. Well received.
Okay. Well, thank you, Pak Fajar. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for today's first plenary sessions. Thank you very much for Dr. Willy, as you have given a very insightful presentation today. As moderator, please forgive me if I have mistake during leading these sessions.
Thank you so much.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Willy.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Pak
thank you,
Willy.
Bye-bye. See you
Thank you,
again.
Pak Willy.
Bu Nunung,
See you
thank you,
Yes.
Pak Fajar, Pak
Yeah.
Salim.
Thank you.
We
I'll
are
see you in
glad to have
Surabaya.
you.
I'll see you in Surabaya
We
next
are
year.
glad to have your
Next year.
plenary talk,
Yeah,
Pak
hopefully
Willy.
next year we'll
Yeah.
come to
Yes.
Surabaya.
Yes.
Yes, next year.
Hopefully next year will be your visits to Surabaya, to Adibuana, Pak Willy.
Absolutely.
In person.
Been waiting for
In
that.
person.
Looking forward to that. Yes, in person.
After Surabaya to Tegal ya Pak Willy.
Yes, that can be arranged as well. Yes.
We can arrange
Yes.
together. We can arrange together.
Maybe we can
Yeah.
make,
Thank you, doctor. Thank you
we
so
can make
much.
a
Thank you so
program
much.
for that, Bu.
Sure, Ibu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Willy, for the wonderful presentation, and Ms. Salim Nabhan as a moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the next item, the second plenary session. May I present to you the speaker? We would like now to invite Professor Ravindra P. Singh from University of Lucknow, India.
Ini sudah dipasang ini.
We will hand over again this session to the moderator, Dr. Nunung Nurjati SA MPD. The floor is yours.
Academic staff of this program, the rector of the university, the head department of English, and other fellow colleagues, the teachers, students over there, and my fellow participants. I shall be talking this morning. I shall be discussing. I request the organizers to, if it is necessary, to just play the PPT at your end if you want, because I shall be talking my general observations around English education in current global order. What is the concept of this, and how do we see this in the context of India, and also the Asian parameters of that. So I have shared my PPT. Maybe it is there with you. If you could please play that on your system. Otherwise, there's no problem. It is simple talk, and I'm not going to present any specific data, but observations out of my researches, my own readings, my own understanding of the topic, and the text, the context, and different connotations coming up over there. What I understand that in current global...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. dear presenters and participants of the second International Conference of Language and Language Teaching, organized by English Education Department, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. And I'm Nuryati. I'm honored to be the moderator of these plenary sessions. And I would like to introduce the speakers, Professor Ravindra Pratap Singh from University of Lucknow. Oh, yes, yeah. Professor Ravindra Pratap Singh, he is Director of International Collaborations and International of Student Advisors from University of Lucknow. And he has lots of articles, 180 research articles and book chapters, and also
several books published from publishers of national and international repute. And also he has been a keynote lectures on plenary and guest speakers, and also lots of invited speakers in skill development courses, in many of international seminars. And he has also funded foreign assignments from Department of Gender Studies in Central Europe University of Budapest, and also from France and Uzbekistan, and he has been as a board of studies from approximately 15 universities around India. And also Professor Singh has worked as academic assessor and consultant to several foreign publication houses. And also he has lots of publications published from around the world publishers, like from Springer, from Sharp Incorporations,
LPP publishing Columbia, and many more. And those are a little bit of Professor Pratap Singh's that he has already shared to academic world. And dear presenters and participants, the talk today delivered by Professor Singh, and it will be take 45 minutes for presentations and followed by questions and answers for 15 minutes. Dear presenters and participants, without further ado, let's listen to the presentations from Professor Ravindra Pratap Singh. Please welcome Professor Singh. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your generous words, kind words. Am I connected with you? Am I connected?
Yes.
इसको लगा देती मैडम 837.
PowerPoint. Hello, doctor. Hello, professor. Hello, Professor Singh. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid Professor Singh is out of the forum. Please wait for a second for his existence.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
I just called Professor Singh and he has a problem with his device. So he's trying to find out the new device and also about the connection. So please wait for him. Yeah, it's around 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Rahmat, for the information.
Good morning and good morning,
Yes.
friends. I think I'm connected now.
Yes. Welcome, Professor Singh. We are glad that, yes.
Sorry for this delay, unwanted delay, because there was some problem in my device, and now I have connected with some other device.
Yes. Yes, Professor Singh, we can wait until your.
I think if it is okay, so we can go ahead with this device. I think it is connected, properly connected.
I think so, Prof. You can continue.
Okay, that's very
Yeah,
nice.
it's very clear.
I extend my greetings to the organizers of the event, the educators, the academicians, and the participants from different parts of the globe.
Yeah.
And it is such a nice gesture from the Department of English Education Department, University of PTRI Adibuana, to organize this seminar event on English language on the issue of global mobility with English. This is a very significant issue when we have reached in the phase of liquid nationality and the phase where the phase of postmodernism is giving way to different regional identities. So, in this concept of when we talk about globalization, on the one hand, we talk about different emerging identities. On the other hand, education, language, communication, economy, soft diplomacy, and many other factors of our public and private life are being deconstructed and reconstructed in this what we call quote unquote in the world of Marxism liquid nationality. So thinking about global mobility is a very significant issue. That is a very significant context because when we talk about our syllabus, when we talk about our teaching pedagogies, when we talk about our the assumptions, what makes subject, our classroom practices, and also a debate whether the teaching methodology is the main focus or the main focus is to communicate the message to our learners. These are the significant areas that we have to see. And moreover, when English is nowadays no longer associated with any one race, any one nation, any one class, or any one established educational pattern. In this democratic setup, in this context, when we are talking about when we are going to study, we are going to understand English language, we are going to understand the pattern of our language, culture, debate, etc. With reference to the end or with reference to the means. So I shall be discussing in this reference. As I said with the learned audience here, that the current geopolitical contours in the world have aired the concept of globalization with the cultural division, power division, sociolinguistics, political economy, and they, in the traditional sense of the term, are affecting the psyche, overall pattern of looking at things, overall pattern of looking at the indicative tenets to gauge the teaching methodology in the classroom, the curriculum development pattern, and many more things associated with this. We all understand that English is undoubtedly the most popular language of communication in the world. Also, we see that people of different ethnicity, race, religion, socio-linguistic, gender, outlook pattern, they are using the language in bifocal trajectory. Bifocal patterns are there. Why I say the word bifocal over here? I understand that on the one hand, we as the teachers of English, what we are doing over here, we have two challenges. On the one hand, we have to see whether the structural purity, the patterns of different language levels, what we call phonology, morphology, syntax, and semantics, they are retained. On the other hand, we have to see whether that is addressing to the cultural aspirations of our learners. I would further draw the attention of this learned audience, the parameter of imposing a language, imposing a discourse, or imposing any language practice, or evolving that. So in this text, in this context, let's see the language as handmade in our scenario, or the language something a pattern of something of a foreign entity in our comfort zone. So these things are quite contextual. These things are quite important to look at in the phase when we are talking about English in global mobility. Also here, a parameter of decolonizing our mind. Decolonizing our mind. Are we going to buy the accent of some forefathers of English? Or we are going to associate this with our own cultural identity, our own cultural context, with a phase of, with a trope of, with a pattern of its intelligibility for the audience to who are there. We cannot deny the fact that linguistic hegemony has further raised concerns with reference to inequality from the viewpoint of approach and on the variety of English. English education, when we talk about English education, that centers have started, different centers have started across the globe. We are going, if you travel any part of the world, you will find that how the English has been commodified, how English is being sold as a product, So in that context, we can see that how different versions of English are being wrapped as a commodity, as a product. And we should always, we should always think, we should always look at the nature, the making forces for those brands of English. And if we look at them and we feel them, we find that they're equally communicating, they're equally going ahead for the takers. So what are the major concerns? Again, I will draw the attention of the learned audience towards looking at the adaptability of language, looking at the pattern of accommodating that in our cultural scenario. I would not hesitate to say that that is the best practice of education. That is making a perfect blend of three things: regional aspirations, national aspirations, and global aspirations. your great country, Indonesia, and that is of my country, India, we are having lot of cultures. There is no only one culture, but every part of the country has its own culture. So that pattern, we the linguists have to devise such a pattern which is associating with the regional aspirations of the learner, the national rubric of language teaching and education, and also to justify our stand as a researcher, as a teacher, as a learner with reference to the global aspirations. And you see, if you look at the nature of language in language, literature, ELT, ELE classrooms, we can see that we are offering many new dynamics, including the post-structuralist pattern on studying language and literature, English language, English education in academic mobility, corporate business, creativity, entertainment industry, that have offered many a practice. You also see that post-colonial broodings offered a very liquid structure. Liquidity of structure is there. Why that liquidity is seen? What kind of liquidity do we refer over here? I would rather say, in some of my research, I have just seen that how the phase of pandemic, has created diversified patterns of teaching, learning English. There was no ideal communication of the teacher and the taught in the classroom, the educated in the classroom, and many learners, students, they were bound to create their own comfort zone with the help of different advancements in ICT, information communication technology, and they have seen what we call the post-colonial, the post-structuralist polyphonic pattern of their own assumption of teaching, learning English. And this has, in a way, accelerated the pattern of technology-based teaching and various learning management systems. You look at, suppose any structure of English is being taught and in the phase of communication technology, and that is why the current phase, when we talk about the English in the global mobility, so there are so many expectations from the teachers also. Competent teacher, motivated teachers, and creative teachers. I will use three terms over here: competent, motivated, and creative. This is very important. Why competent teacher? Everybody who enters the field is a competent person. But motivation, the pattern of motivation and the pattern of creativity is very, very important in the phase where English is supposed to be working in global mobility. What is motivated? Here in the sense, to keep ourselves updated with different developments in pedagogy. More than that, developing a perspective of inclusion to that specific context. In India, we have a very ancient text, Sanskrit text, that is Panchatantra. Many of you must have studied the stories of Panchatantra. It is just like Aesop's tale, very long stories. So you know that in ancient culture, the education system was quite different. We used to have Gurukul system, and the learners used to learn, used to get training in the ashrams of the gurus for several years. When they were coming back, they brought they brought with them different patterns of education, moral values, ethical practices, behavioral aspect of life, and many more. The story, four scholars were coming, and it was a forest way. It was a way where it was on the way there was a forest. So one tiger attacked them, and then they started looking at what they have learned in the book. They said that let's read the book. And then suddenly what happened? They could not save their lives. That is a allegory. That is one story that gives us a lot of lessons to debate on one existing or so-called one specific theory or a specific trope of looking at things. Teaching methodology. Why one teaching methodology? Why that teaching methodology only? Maybe some teaching methodology has been good for one professor in one specific classroom. That may not be good. That may not prove that good for another person in that contextual pattern. I would rather say one person's meat is another person's poison. One person's something that is good for one person may not be good for another person. So then this phase, English education for world mobility, in a way, warrants digital and critical literacy. What I said, motivated teacher. We have to be lifelong learner. In sync with multimodal literacy, patterns of cross-cultural communication as the prerequisites for perfection. When I was looking at your seminar brochure, I should congratulate the framers of this brochure, the people involved in this seminar. The sub-themes that you have proposed, they are excellent. We can write one specific book on that. This is your dedication to the subject. I said this with hundreds of my friends over in India. And I shared my brochure and I got more than 500 responses from across the research scholars, from master students, from the professor who have just praised for the something that you have given. Multimodal literacy, we're talking about patterns of cross-cultural communication, you were talking about digital and critical literacy. So these are very significant areas that we as teacher, we as the educators, we as the practitioners in the field of ELT should master over. And the third point that I was raising over here is the requirement of a creative teacher. Simply going by the theory of any method of teaching is not enough. We have to we have to see, we have to adopt anything, adopt any idea, any teaching methodology, teaching device, and then we have to create our own version of it with reference to the reception power, with reference to the educational environment around with that subject concern. Otherwise, it will be simply imposing the idea. So the debate of imposing or evolving is alive. And here, who can play the role? The teacher can play the role. The teacher, the educator can play the role. And what kind of a teacher? The creative teacher. creativity is very, very important. Otherwise, there will always be a big gap, big rift between the theory and the practice. Gone are the days when we were limited to certain patterns of bookish knowledge in our classroom. Now, with the universalization of technology, with the approach of technology, with the approach of every common person on technological pattern, the knowledge, the significant different books are at our fingertips. We are opening our system, we are opening our laptop, we are opening our iPad in the classroom, and the teacher is talking about. So how you are going to create a creative model, how are you going to create a pattern that can be associated with the teaching learning issues with the pattern. So I have just based my I based my article on this pattern, on this specific parameter, and I try to introduce the situation of English education in Indian context. It may be not. It is quite interesting to see that Indian scenario of teaching and learning English language offers a ocean of teaching method. It is, very, very significant thing. There are, in creative industry, there are several dialogues, several dialogues in popular statements, the several sayings, proverbs in popular statements, how Indian takes English language. Sometimes they take that they are when we see that every village, every town, they have their billboards written in the English language. On the one hand, we say that English is the language of it has been the language of the colonizers. On the other hand, we are saying that no, this is our own language. Somebody says, no, it is your mother. There's a very famous Krishna Swami and birthday linguist. They have said that English is not the mother tongue, but English is the auntie tongue in India. So language teaching shows but you see that in our context, it shows a marked gap between theory and practice. We have bigger classrooms. And we have to associate. I share with you that we admit 200 students at our MA program in India. In our classroom at the University of Lucknow, we admit 200 students who pursue their MA. We have two sections, of course. In one section, 100 students are there. So you can see that sometimes when we look at the practice of English language teaching practice in a bigger setup, it creates a lot of practical issues. So how are we going to accommodate that teaching practice according to our cultural setup? It can give us better force of a teacher. I understand that every teacher is a manager. A teacher essentially manages the show by his or her own knowledge, skill, exposure, and aptitude. You can also see that multidisciplinary approach of a teacher towards preliminary sensitization can make the communication process more authentic and inclusive. We are all in our lesson plans, when we prepare our lesson plan, when we prepare our lecture, we are taught how can we evolve the background knowledge of the student. So the groups, teaching learning groups are very, very heterogeneous. In the teaching pedagogies that are developed, they are developed for a set pattern of learning teaching methodology. And therefore, many times there occurs a rift. And I will say the practice of observation, the practice of association and performance will bring greater results in any perfect, competent language teaching practice, language teaching system. How are we going to observe the scenario, a close observation scenario, I wish, I think you are familiar with one theory of teaching, learning, understanding. That is reader's response theory. Stanley Fish, there's a critic, American critic called Stanley Fish. He says, is there a text in this class? There's a very significant essay. I would advise my friends to just refer that, and we can develop one research question based on that also. Is there a text in the class? We are entering a classroom with one version of any teaching pattern. Although that applies to the interpretation of literary text, but that gives us several significant research questions to develop our researches in this line also. A professor enters a class with a text, or it may be a poem, an essay. He says with some 50 students, they come up with different versions. They come up with their own versions of understanding. So that is also a pattern of what we can say that applies to teaching pedagogy when this is a global mobility, the context of global mobility. And also in this phase, what we are all familiar with the concept of ESP, English for specific purposes. What is the need to create the patterns, the areas of ESP, what we call English for specific purposes, when we decode different kind of registers, professional registers, personal registers, closed registers, intimate registers, frozen registers, and when we look at the pattern of English for law, English for technology, English for management, English for medical sciences, English for academic purposes. So all these things, this warrants certain patterns of creativity from us. This warrants certain patterns of understanding from us to negotiate language and to make very, very practical assumptions for teaching, learning language for a end. Each and every class of ours, can give us ample food for thought that we can result into developing a case study. Because every day we are managing the scenario with three patterns. There are three entities that are equally working. Our individual preparation, number one thing, our association with the cultural and physical scenario. How are we going to associate ourselves with the cultural and physical scenario? Who are your takers? What are their assumptions? With what context, with what understanding in their psyche they have come to attend to you? And what is the physical scenario? And the third is that our devotion to the cause of our subject and to our capacity to negotiate the local with the global. What we can say in a better way, local with the global. This can give us success. In India, if we talk about, I would again seek your attention towards, because my paper, my talk is more associated with the Indian context. I would share with you a brief history of English in India. Maybe you could feel some interest in this. When you see, India has been a colony of the Britishers. The Englishmen ruled our country for several years. When the British came to India, the school system was a large network of schools across the country. In our country, it was a large network of schools. We are imparting them the education in the Oriental pattern of the Oriental setup. Broadly speaking, different Indian languages, Sanskrit, Farsi, Arabic, Persian, Arabic, some local languages. They were taught. Most of the villages, they had their own primary schools where there was scarcity of teacher, but it was well managed. In the beginning of the British occupation, many Christian missionary, they built their institution. Christian missionary, they built their institution, and they started imparting education initially to the British people who were working here, and then they started admitting Indian children also. And there's a phase somewhere between 1824 to 1835. Classes started in English, and English became the medium of institution in those convent schools. There's a phase 1835. I would request you, many of us, we can base our researches from this perspective, and we can find similar findings in different countries of the world. How English was institutionalized, even in your country. Can you trace, if I ask my Indonesian friends to trace the beginning of English education in their culture? So it was 1835, Lord Macaulay. It was a ruler, British officer in India, and he introduced, it is called Macaulay Minute. And he said that English education should be introduced in India. What is the purpose? Let me share with you the purpose. And this is a very significant issue to look at the force of language as the powers of language, the power of the medium of instruction. Macaulay said that we must introduce English in India, because by studying this language, by teaching this language, we shall develop such a race in Indians who shall help us in developing our version of colonization. They shall be brown in color, but white in mind. And they shall work as an agency of ours to facilitate our policies, programs, etc. So this is one issue. This is one pattern. English was introduced, and the educated people, the people who were educated with English medium of instruction, they felt themselves superior than many those who were not educated with that system. There's a very significant document. This document can be read. It is freely available online. Macaulay's Minute, Macaulay, Macaulay's Minute. So again, in 1857, 3 universities were set up in India: Chennai, Mumbai, and Kolkata. And when in 1858, from East India Company, British Crown took over the charge of India, and India formally became a British colony in 1858. And you see from here, there is another discourse of English language teaching, English language education. And by the end of 19th century, our university degree, at that time, just to look at our history, our world history, our university degree had become a passport for sure employment in the administration. And as a result, English medium schools, they sprang up in and around the university town. I have shared with the learned audience that 1857, 3 universities were set up, and later on different other universities were set up. So many English medium schools came up, as public schools also came up, and they started imparting English education in India. And you see, by this time, if we look at the social dynamics, English had become a prestige language associated with the prestige. It was a language of education, commerce, and administration. And a job in government services was a mark of status in India among the educated class. Many newspaper we see, if we look at the historical record, we see that approximately 130 newspapers and periodicals were established around 1838 and 1851. This phase, So this carried on the development of English language in our country, in India, the nation of India, and it brought, simultaneously there was another pattern of education where vernacular medium was going on, different patterns were going on. And you see, this has introduced assumption. It has introduced the base of English in India, that it is associated with power, it is associated with administration, it is associated with your success, etc. We got freedom. India got freedom. India became independent country in 1947. August 15, 1947, India became free. And then you see the association of English with Indian psyche, Indian culture was so much in administrative setup that our constitution is also written in India, in English, besides our language. The administration, judiciary, they are using English language, and the government has a provision that it should be the language of communication among different states of India. Till the national language of India, Hindi, is gaining that popularity among the states of South. It was 1967. A law was passed which said English will continue as an associate official language for an independent period. It continues to be the academic language, and the prestigious institutions, academic higher education institution in India, they are teaching in English medium. Different subjects are being taught in English medium. Also, Hindi medium education is being popularized, but in higher education sector, English is the medium of education instruction sector. Different ELTIs, English Language Training Institutes, have been established in different parts of the country, where the teaching methodologies, teaching pedagogies are being taught. And we have our Central Institute, that is now it was earlier CIEFL, Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages. Now this is FLU, the English and Foreign Languages University. This is being, it is very, very a popular institution in India. And every department of most of the prestigious university, they have English language, English literature, language, cultural studies, and ELT. We have the papers of ELT, discourse analysis, and applied linguistics with our regular MA program in English language. So the question arises, what is the nature? Is English a foreign language in India? Or English is second language in India? Or English has become an Indian language itself? I understand as a student of literature, and what I say, that English is a kind of Indian language in India. Our variety of English, and if you travel across different parts of country, you will see that different part of the country, they have they have their own. We are all using we educated, the educated class is very much using the standard received pronunciation of English, but we have also developed our own exchangeable pattern that we very proudly say Indian English. Besides that, different states, like you can say southern part, there is a notion that we have Tamil people speak English, Punjabi people speak English. English also is a very significant term, very popular term. When the North Indian people, the not standard, but the popular uses, how do we define that with as a construct called English? So I will seek your attention again on our issue, our concern, whether English is a foreign language in India. If we go by the terminology of David Crystal, so English in India is a second language. English in India is a second language. In the three circle model of Kachru, there's a British Kachru, a linguist, who is so he has put English in the outer circle of English. So the status of, I will say that the status of English in India is a very unique. People say, okay, we cannot say that is a mother tongue, but this is our auntie tongue. There's a statement by, I said that Krishna Swami Archana Bharte, that it may be called an auntie tongue. English in India, English in India is neither a foreign language nor a second language, nor a dialect of English. If I quote famous linguist Krishna Swami and Krishna Swami, he has used a term, it is a quote, I quote, it is a modulect, a lect that works as a module. Krishna Swami and Krishna Swami says that it is a modulect. He has taken module, how we are using that in a module. So you can see that the widespread use of English in India and the large number of Indians using it has resulted in a distinct variety that may be called Indian English. So English is a tool of communication. It is a tool of business and media. In media and business, it is very, very popular. Entertainment industry also, higher education also. Recently, with the advent of, in 2020, we have introduced our national education policy, NEP 2020. We call that NEP 2020, National Education Policy. And there, we are focusing more on the vernacular languages, our own mother tongue education. But in that context also, the different domains are coming up when we refer the phase of translation. The translation is the field of the domain of translation is emerging as a significant area of investigation in India. We have seen that when a child is growing up in India, English has a lot of influence on the life of a child. Many English teachers cannot make that difference. There's also a matter of research and investigation in any setup. How we are learning in our academia, how are we learning in our personal circle? Because you can see that here, the model of cultural grooming of a child. How we develop our personality, our circle of family, our social culture, our community culture, our national culture, our behavioral atmosphere, our workplace culture, and our belief and pattern and the phase of time and climate we are living in. How the geopolitical setup of the world is affecting ourselves. I would draw your attention towards a famous book by Tom Brokaw when he writes The Greatest Generation, the teaching learning setup during the World War, before the World War, the teaching learning setup in the phase of cultural revolution in Europe, the teaching learning setup in the phase of 80s when privatization, liberalization, and this was being used, the millennial bug, the current generation of alpha generation from 2010 to 20, and to the coming time 2025, when we call alpha generation, a child is growing up with an iPad in the hand, the mobile phone in the hand. So, of course, it is a good starting point for looking at different dimensions of teaching learning language and creating a research focus in that line. You can see we have also seen the advent of what we call, we have seen what we call the pattern of action utilization. We have seen the pattern of formal functional grammar and language stuff. So this can also be a matter of discussion for a researcher, for the teachers, for the learner. We cannot deny the fact that English has become the part of IT revolution. It is spoken by more than 1.5 million people around the world. We also know that around 350 million people use English as a mother tongue, and the rest of the world, many of them using that as a foreign language, a second language, a language of communication. And you see most of the software IT giants, they are using English language. And we have seen that it has its clutch on the world market, world economy, the corporate communication, the consultancy, the organization. So somehow it is a language that is touching up our psyche, our patterns from different perspective. We have now in 2023, the current phase is that where the global mobility is just like the mobility in a village commune. So in this setup, when there is a concept of globalization, with the concept of liquidity, when there is a concept of the setup of world order, and moreover, in the current scenario where we are connecting with our friends and colleagues and students in virtual world, online teaching patterns, online tutoring, e-content making, different other patterns are coming up where our students are getting employed, we are getting employed, and we are looking the. So I think that in the context of global mobility, when we are looking at the pattern of global mobility, so it is a high time that we look at more and more case studies. How are we negotiating one specific situation with our own understanding and with the assumption of any fellow colleague, how he has sailed across the time he has created his or her own comfort zone with experiences. Also, the fact is important to understand that the communication is the ulterior motive of any good teaching. And for that communication, the focus that we have, the formula that we have, CQ plus Y. Clarity should be there, conciseness should be there, coherence should be there, and why. Why denotes you point, not your point, you point. You are important. When we are addressing to anybody, that person is important. So making the personal profile of the learner is very, very important. And we have to tailor our courses. We have to adapt our methodologies. We have to select our devices accordingly. That will be a very significant adjustment, and we shall make teaching learning scenario a very simple and hassle-free, easy-go ride for us and for the learners also. Thank you so very much for listening to me, dear friends, scholars over there. I'm really grateful to the organizers for inviting me to this prestigious event, and I congratulate all of them who have conceived the idea of this seminar and the people who have created the sub-themes. Each and every sub-theme of the topic that you have devised is a research question, and one book can be written on that. Thank you so much, friends. Now this is open for discussion. Your comments, your questions, if you have any, most welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh, for the presentations. This is such as an interesting, important, and inspiring presentation from you. And we offer questions for the presenters. You may have questions. You can raise your hand, or you can write in the chat box here. Please. The questions are welcome for the presenters and participants.
Yes, most welcome.
Yeah.
Good day, Ma'am Nunung. Can I ask Professor Singh directly?
Please.
Yes, most welcome, please. Yes.
Okay. Good day, Professor Singh. How is life?
Good afternoon.
If I hear India, I always remember with Hutai movie and so many unique stems because I am a philatelist.
Yeah.
Okay. It is very interesting, yeah. When I hear your presentation about English is a second language, as a second language in India, different with my country, Indonesia. And then I have two questions. Funny question. First, Professor, I wonder how the students, a situation, English learning class there in India, because yes, I said if India have English is a second language, how about the situation? Yeah. Maybe the student smarter or fastly to receive the lesson, and then is there any English course place? It means Indonesia is very in every place we have English course place to study English because we know as a second language maybe they are familiar with English, so they don't need join with English course. Thank you, Professor, with my two questions.
So your question, the very nice question, very interesting also. You have asked what is the pronunciation? Pronunciation. We in our classroom we find because we are teaching our students English from the very first standard. from the very first standard, class 1, and before that, they start learning English language. But you see that the socio-cultural setup is quite different. There are very good schools when we have the students who are coming from those schools, so they are fine if they speak in the language and other thing also. There are students who are coming from a mixed background. There are students who are coming from the vernacular background. So they mixing, and with the passage of time, we have evolved our own pattern of accent neutralization, neutral accent. Intelligibility is the major goal. It should be intelligible. If I'm speaking and you understanding, if you are speaking and I'm understanding, there's no problem. There's no problem at all. Because we are here we are considering language as a mode of communication. As a mode of communication. Language is made for us. We are not made for language. Such perspective is also being seen in many of the learners there. Many of the learners over there. Many researchers are there. I think I'm clear.
Yes, Professor, very clear.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you for the questions, Pak Wahyu. And Professor Singh, there is one question from our participants. It is written in the chat box. The question is from...
Yes, can you please read that, madam?
Yes.
Let me open the chat.
Yes, the question is from Nabila Rizki. She asks about...
Yeah, I can read. From what you have explained before, you said that culture plays a major role in language teaching context. Could you explain from what aspect that culture are influence the language teaching context? Thank you. Yeah, very nice question, Miss Nabila Rizki. Because, every language has its own context. Every language has its own context, its own culture. Different metaphors, different idioms, different phrases of a language. If you look at any language, if you look at the idioms of English, if you look at am I connected with you? Major role in language teaching context. So the moment a teacher goes to a classroom, if the teacher is imposing the ideas, suppose we are teaching anyone in a classroom, and we are just narrating the weather, the climate of England, without associating that with any teaching learning aid, without associating that with any cultural scaling with our own context. It is not that that forceful teaching. So I think the cultural scaling and the cultural mapping of the learner, that text, and the communicator of that text is very, very important. Because without associating the culture, the lessons are not that very well transferred. So I can say there's a book, very famous book, The Story of Language, The Story of Indian English. This by a professor who has used some Professor D. Thakur. He has written a book called Story of Indian English, and he has given a list of around 500 words and phrases that have their origin in Indian context. If you look at the whole development of English as a language, we will see that more than 50% of the vocabulary of English language is borrowed from different cultures. If you go by the Old English, when 450, the Norman people attacked England, the region that is called Great Britain today. So they were comprising three races: Angles, Saxons, and Jews. The ethnic group called Angles that has their dialect, their language called English dialect. That with the passage of time came to become English of today. 1066, the Norman conquest. Norman were the French people who attacked England. So basically, its construct was in Germanic and Scandinavian languages. Then French language came. 1600, England started colonizing different part of the globe. So many references from Africa, from Caribbean islands, from the region of Australia and New Zealand, from India, they also impacted. So any living and developing language is very much associated with the culture, open to culture. So whenever we go to a class, we must have an understanding of the synchronic order of that specific in that culture and diachronic order, what we are going to teach, in what cultural setup we are going to teach. There is a very famous poem, if you are familiar with T.S. Eliot, a modern British poet, and there is a famous text, The Wasteland. The Wasteland. The wasteland begins with the line, April is the cruelest month. And this is a very famous one in literature classrooms. Why, the question arises, why April is cruel month in England? In the season of April, it is a very pleasant weather. I could not decode the meaning of this until in 2019, there is a pandemic, we have all gone through the phase of that pandemic, COVID-19. So I read somewhere that T.S. Eliot, the poet, was affected by Spanish flu at that time when the poem was published. So culture affects. So Ms. Rizki, I want to say that every text is located in a culture, and every teaching, the moment when we enter a classroom, if we could map the cultural setting in synchronic and diachronic order of the learner, it can become a very smooth and easy flow of our discussion. I think you are satisfied, Ms. Rizki, with my comment.
Yes. Hopefully that the
over to you.
Yeah. Hopefully that the answers will satisfy Nabila Rizki. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we still waiting for another question. One more question for Professor Singh. Yeah. Professor Singh, I think there is no other questions.
Yes, most welcome.
Yeah. Then I should conclude for your presentations today that English education in global mobility is related to varied areas and multidisciplinary areas such as geopolitics, sociocultural, socioeconomy, linguistics, applied linguistics, IT, and what English is, and so on. And I also conclude from your conclusions, Professor Singh, that IT revolutions demands for English increases and also big motivations to become English literate, and also English can create lots of jobs around the world. And English is no longer identity of one nation or culture. It is all is associated to English in education in global. So, Professor says, this is our end of sessions for presentations, and we will give you token of appreciations, and our head of department will deliver the token of appreciations.
Yeah,
Thank you so very much.
and Professor Singh, thank you very much for your presentation for today for our conference, international conference, and please receive the certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure getting associated with this department and the learned people across the border with this conference. I wish you all the very best, and we shall share some memories, and we shall be interconnected for future endeavors. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and presenters, that this is the end of our sessions, especially presentation delivered by Professor Singh. And I will deliver to the Master of Ceremony for the sessions. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ma'am.
Thank you for the keynote speaker, Professor Ravindra Prapati and Dr. Nunuyati as moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the next item. The third plenary session. May I present to you the speaker? We would like now to invite Dr. P.R. Elkin Kasimov from Moscow University, Russia. We will hand over the session to Dr. Nurmat Syariah, MPD, as a moderator. The floor is yours.
And only some words about my city. Samara is one of the biggest cities in Russia, and it's situated in the center of Russia. And it's one of the biggest economical and industrial center of Russia, and of course the culture. And there are two religions in our region, Orthodox and Muslim, and a lot of Islam center in our region are too. Okay, and today I would like to talk about the communicative
written by Hermans, we find some key points that come forth from the definition of intercultural competence. We would like to draw attention to three aspects which are critical for example, for our research. First, intercultural competence can be developed. Second, it is associated with linguistic competence. Third, it builds on the awareness on the self as a cultural being. For what concerns the development of intercultural competence, we should emphasize that education today focuses on teaching not just a foreign language, but foreign language communication. Russian scientist Pasov, you see in a slide, one of the founders of the communicative method of teaching foreign language, in his work written in the late 1980s, came up with the development of communicative theory. He had focused on communicative method teaching, and he had built a model for the development of individuality in the dialogue of cultures. According to Hirsch, and you know who is Hirsch, literacy as an intentional aim of education is not an autonomous skill. It depends upon literate culture. Therefore, intercultural competence should be included at all levels of education to build up communicative competence and subsequently national cultural literacy. When it comes to linguistic competence as a significant element of intercultural competence, it should be mentioned that three main components in the structure of intercultural competence are usually distinguished: linguistic, cultural, and communicative one. The term linguistic competence was first introduced by American scientist Noam Chomsky. His innovative view on language competence as an aspect of the human general psychological capacity has pushed forward further discussion on the matter. One aspect which turned out to be highly disputed was whether language competence is static or dynamic. Assuming that linguistic competence in terms of learning a foreign language can be developed and taught, we take the view that this process is dynamic and requires constant learning. The same is true for intercultural competence. In order to gain sufficient knowledge for successful cross-cultural communication, one needs to enrich and update competence elements on a regular basis. According to definition of Leontovich is a Russian and American scientist, linguistic competence implies a correct choice of language means that are adequate for the communicative situation, correlation of mental models with the forms of reality, juxtaposition of mental schemes with cognitive experience, the ability to repeat one's acquired language experience in similar communicative situations. Therefore, intercultural language competence should involve a set of communicative skills, including speech patterns, linguistic means, oral and written speech, all combined with an ability to correlate them with communicative situation and intentions of speakers. Let's us now turn to the definition of digital literacy. As Paul Gilster wrote in his similarly named book, digital literacy is a logical extension of literacy itself, just as hypertext is an extension of the traditional reading experience. The definition already makes us realize that digital literacy lies far beyond just hard skills. Digital literacy, and of course, we should use and we should know how to use in studying of the foreign languages, especially in English, is more about the ability to use the opportunities offered by technologies, the ability to communicate with people using new formats, at the same time being ethical and considerate to each other. On the surface, it might seem paradoxical. Technologies are intended to simplify most of the processes performed by humans, but not to introduce some new complicated social cultural skills. In fact, digital literacy turns out to be a basic competence for every person today. In general, it includes skills of obtaining, evaluating, processing, and producing information using digital technologies, choosing the most suitable software and hardware tools for the task performance, as well as the ability to interact effectively with other users in digital environment, using all its services and ethical standard for this. That external to each users are able to combine sustainable digital skills with human relations. Web communications, ethics, and cultural literacy today defines their prospects in a paradigm of the modern successful human being. And we use a framework for the concept of digital literacy suggested as InCoLLT. In it, digital literacy comprises 5 types of literacy, including photo-visual literacy, reproduction literacy, information literacy, branching literacy, and social emotional literacy too. And let us point out some of the aspects of these components in accordance with the line of our presentation. It is quite clear that information literacy is among the basic skills in the modern world. And we needed control and maintains loads of information that we constantly have to process. Moreover, information literate individuals are those who have learned how to learn. Each element of digital literacy includes technological, cognitive, social, emotional components. Unlike artificial intelligence, human brain always launches a number of processes for the correct perception and processing of incoming signals involving effective evaluation and various psychological aspects. That is why it's so important to lay emphasis on social emotional literacy within digital literacy. As far as I remember, Japan's author Yoram Eshad Alkalai states, cyberspace has own unwritten rules. It is not only a global village, it is a jungle of human communication, embracing an infinite quantity of information, true and false, honest and deceptive, based on good will and evil. Digital literacy and intercultural literacy skill summary. Please look on the left and on the right of slide. Digital literacy components and skills require intercultural literacy component and skills. For example, if you say digital and intercultural, you see information skills including working with data sources, the assessment of their relevance, fidelity, and sustainability. If we look on the right, we see intercultural literacy, the component, intercultural communication skill, the ability to understand and evaluate a foreign worldview. Again, on the left, digital literacy component, ability to select the most suitable software and hardware for task implementation. And from the intercultural literacy aspect, you see that abilities to select the most suitable communicative strategies, corresponding language means and speech techniques to achieve communicative goals. The next one, ability to interact effectively with other users and solve communications issues in digital environment. Or if we say about from intercultural accuracy, you see that ability to integrate knowledge into cultural ethics in the course of communication, regardless of its type and form of digital, not digital environment, online communication, and others. As the table shows, both of these most important competences are based on the ability to receive, perceive, and transmit information codes from real or virtual sources in accordance with the initial factors. Users should evaluate communicative situation and extra-textual factors, be able to distinguish between relevant and based on unreliable sources of information. The most important stage in the acquisition of both digital and intercultural literacy is the development of ethnical and cultural norms that have the specific features in terms of online and offline interactions. We should also note that the ability to work with huge amounts of data available also helps to adequately access and apply foreign cultural norms, since a digitally literate person is trained to perceive and sort of a large amount of data. In addition, achieving the criteria for digital literacy of employers today is becoming the goal of large companies. Accordingly, it can be assumed that in international activities, the two competences under consideration come to the forefront and may become necessary when applying for a job. A key point raised by UNESCO is that digital literacy improves one's employability because it is considered a key skill required by employers. Thus, if we are ready to accept the challenges of the digital age and reorganize all processes taking into account new technological capabilities, then transformation should begin with approaches to established work and interaction procedures. Therefore, it is necessary to introduce communication culture, ethics, respect for one's and your own cultural set. In my opinion, in the digital age and in the light of globalization, digital and intercultural literacy are complementary entities that must be methodologically combined for effective development. In accordance with the fact that communication skills are among the crucial components of digital literacy needed to interact in a digital environment, competences, but not in isolation. It should be a solid skill system, the so-called extended communicative competence, and if a person successfully acquired it, he or she can become a full-fledged and competent member of multicultural digital society. And what I would like to say, I would like to say that if we say about the learning languages in the digital era nowadays, learning a foreign language can broaden one's specific in many ways. And what are the main aspect of this? Greater understanding of other cultures. Yes, the study foreign languages in a digital era not only broadens students' perspective of the world, but also imparts a more profound understanding of their own cultures. And exposure to cultures with long histories builds is a greater sense of the past within one's culture as well. Improved of cross-cultural understanding. Learning the second language, it doesn't matter what kind of language, Indonesian language, for example, or Chinese language, or English language. Learning a second language not only gives you access to another worldview, but it also helps you think more flexibly. Flexibility and openness are incredibly important skills in this day and age, because as the world becomes more and more connected and globalized, we have to learn how to communicate with people from all over the world, and especially nowadays, because practically we have a lot of possibility to communicate, because now we start use digital technologies with our communication. And for example, this conference is one of them, because we have possibility to talk with you, to see with you. Of course, the distance between us practically about 1,000 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken, but we have the facility to communicate using online. The next one, improved your cognitive skills. The study found that learning a second language improve the learners how to truly communicate and connect with others, improved empathy, improve job opportunities, improve your listening skills and memory, because foreign language study enhances listening skills and memory. Improved English, and because we use English language, so we improve English vocabulary. Encourage respect for other people and increase flexibility and, of course, tolerance. Thank you very much, and please, if you have some question, please write in a chat. Is it possible? Because I have some problems with I know that you have possibility to listen me, but have some the problems of phone. And if it's possible, could you, if you have, of course, any question, could you write in the chat and I'll try the answer, because some problems with the voice of my computer today. Russia now, in my region now, very early, maybe, maybe the problem with it. Thank you very much, dear friends. Thank you very much, the members of committee to possibility to take part in your conference, and of course, thanks that you invited me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Elchin. I'm Nukmatul Syahria, your moderator. Forgive me. Previously, we haven't got the chance to introduce you. So before the QA session, let me introduce your curriculum vitae. So Dr. Elchin Gasimov is the head of the Samara Center for Education, City Municipality, the Vice Rector of the Moscow City University, Samara Campus. He is the author of 126 more than articles in the field of linguistics, teaching methods, and management theory. His area of scientific interest is our culturological research, problems of interference in the dialogue of cultures, education management, and modern computer technology. If you have any question, ladies and gentlemen, please say your name and also your affiliation.
Excuse me, moderator, can we ask the question directly?
Yes, please.
Or we should type on the chat box?
You may address it directly. Please say your name and also your affiliation.
Okay, my name is Indrayanti. I am from Polytechnic Harapan Bersama. Thank you, Dr. Elchin. Nice to meet you. So what time is it now in Russia? May I know?
You know, we have a lot of time zones. For example, in my region, number 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m. in the morning. Okay, it's almost 12 in 10 past 12 in Indonesia in the afternoon. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the insight. This is very interesting topic related with the communicative competence. So my question is, maybe we have the same situation in this case that English is still as a foreign language. My question is, which social media platform is more friendly for someone who try to communicate or try to speak in English while they have so many limitations or vocabulary limitation and quite shy in using the language? Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, it means about platforms. Today, in my speech, I said about some platforms that we people use in the world, such as, for example, Twitter, the next one, just a moment, Twitter, Facebook, and others. You know, for example, I would like to say about in Russia, nowadays, if we say about for a Russian position, not to my mind, and all people, for example, Russia use as a friendly platforms, not only using Russian language and of course English language, because English language is the language of the communication between friendly people, between friendly countries, and Indonesia is a friendly country for us. Of course, we use this is a Russian platform. We gave a contact, and of course, as a platform. And I see that for more friendly, unfortunately, I don't know about the Indonesian platforms, but for example, to communicate, it's great to use a Telegram and WhatsApp as and for communicate and using some, for example, languages platforms.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes. Okay. For the next question, please. We still have some time for the Q&A session.
But maybe it will be great. Maybe if, for example, listeners would like, then can write some questions using the chat.
Yes. Okay, there is one question from Nabila Rizky. She would like to ask you about, from your explanation, you said they address any unexpected situation related to communication failures in the cross-cultural background. So from your opinion, how can we avoid that?
Just a moment.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I see. To my mind, if we really, to avoid that, because I see the question, we should know more and more what is a communication. What is a communication? Today I say that communication, when we communicate to each other, for example, when I communicate with you, with people from Indonesia, and I was in Indonesia several times, of course, I should know not only language, for example, Indonesian language or Russian language or English language, and of course I should use English language to communicate with you. Of course, I should know your specific forms, your traditions, your culture, of course, and your mental code. Only know the mental code of each country when we communicate. I think it will help us with our communication. For example, a lot of what does it mean about the cross-cultural communicate? And when I go to your country, of course, unfortunately, I don't know the Indonesian language, and I know only some words, and of course, I can use some words in my greetings, but of course, I should know your tradition and how to communicate with, for example, with the foreign people, how communicate with you. And of course, it only knowing the mental code of the foreign people, only knowing the mental code of Russian people, of know the mental code of the Indonesian people, of course, it helps us to avoid for example, the situation. And you know that unfortunately, we live in a stereotype, in the stereotype world. You know, of course, what is a stereotype. And of course, sometimes what is a stereotype? When we go and when, for example, we imagine some other country, for example, I have never been to the United States, and of course, some ideas what is the USA. And when we go to the USA, of course, we see absolutely the other world. And for example, if I ask you, what is Russia? What do you know about Russia? Of course, you perhaps you know about Moscow, you know about St. Petersburg, you know, for example, about that Russia is very big country. But when I said that I'm from Samara, for example, of course, it doesn't matter. You know what is Samara. Of course, Samara is the third city in Russia and practically the third capital of Russia after Moscow and St. Petersburg. Yes, but unfortunately, we live in a stereotype. And for example, and a lot of people, when we say what is Indonesia, for me, Indonesia is very nice, very big country. I love your country because I was many times. I took part in many conferences in Tegal, in Malang, in Kadiri, in Jakarta, and other cities. And practically, I was everywhere in the island of Java. And when for example, but very interesting when I remember the last time my visiting in Indonesia, the last visiting was in March, and then I remember that in passport control, the officer said, welcome to Indonesia, you are going to Bali. This is stereotype too, because why stereotype? Because I have never been to Bali, and for example, for me, it's not interesting to go there because I like really country, because Bali, for example, of course, is a resort center, and but this is stereotype too, because a lot of people seeing that when Russian people go to Indonesia, they prefer only to go to Bali. But if we know more and more about culture, more and more about mental thought, more and more, it's helped us with our communication, and of course to build a cross culture. And of course, I would like to say welcome to Russia and welcome to my region, and I hope that we continue our communication too.
All right. Does it answer your question, Mbak Nabila Rizky? Nabila Rizky, are you there?
Yes, it's enough. It's clear enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, okay. It's a very interesting session, but I'm afraid that we have run out of time. So I have to close this session. And it happened to be that today is the Independence Day of the Russia. Is that true, Miss Dr. Elchin? Yeah. So all of us would like to congratulate of the independence of Russia, your country.
Thank you very much. Yes, these days we celebrate the Independence Day, yes, and 3 days from 10th till 12th of June, and the last day will be tomorrow, but thank you very much for congratulations.
Okay, you're welcome.
Alright, so tapi mengaku saka TPA tuh males aku wis makan bareng Betawi.
Okay, forgive me. So before we close the session, there will be I'm very sorry, Dr. Elchin.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Elchin, for the presentation.
All right. So before I close the session, the head of the English Education Department of PGRI Adibuana University would like to hand the token of appreciation to Dr. Elchin Gasimov.
Okay, Dr. Elchin, thank you very much for this presentation and very interesting presentation and discussion. And please receive the certificate of appreciation for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the part of the session. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Elchin Gasimov for the engaging and insightful presentation. Hopefully this presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you very much. See you again in the next seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Elchin.
Thank you all the speakers and the moderators.
bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyumku, tapi sungguh tak akan lama. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia manja kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita manusia manja kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Kau bisa hidupkan putihku, keluarkan gelapkan apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan jalanku, aku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia manja kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita manusia manja kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Bila bukanku kehendaknya, tidak satu muncul langsung akan bawa manusia kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita manusia kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita manusia kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita manusia kuat, itu kita jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, patahkan ku rebut senyumku. Hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku.
Feel small again, same old story. Can't you call again? I'm not sorry. I am better off without you. I am better off without you. I give up trying, live for today. Lying is lying, it's never okay. Bend it all you want, hide it all you can. I give up trying, I give up trying. I am better off without you. I am better off without you. I'll take time again, don't worry. Don't you call again, but I'm not sorry. I am better off without you. I am better off alone. I give up trying, at least for today. Lying is lying, it's never okay. Bend it all you want, hide it all you can. I today. Lying is lying, it's never okay. Bend it all you want, hide it all you can. I give up trying, at least for today. Lying is lying, it's never okay. Bend it all you want, bend it all you want. I give up trying. I am better off without you. I am better off alone.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me address and convey deepest gratitude to the Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Rakib Kodori from Monash University, Australia. Dr. Niko Irawan from Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Indonesia. Dr. Willy A. Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Elsin Kasimov from Moscow City University, Russia, and Professor Ravindra P. Singh from University of Lucknow, India. Dear presenter and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor as the head of the English Language Education Department, Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, to greet all participants in this international conference. With participants from diverse backgrounds and expertise, this event is a valuable platform to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and address the challenges of our time. Through engaging discussion, insightful presentation, and collaborative efforts, we have the opportunity to shape the future of our fields. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to participants to actively participate and make this transformative experience. University, Universitas Sanata Dharma, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Darussalam Gontor, IAIN Ponorogo, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Surabaya, Politeknik Negeri Malang, Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Thank you to the participants from Malaysia, University Technology Mara, Kedah, Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus Kuala Lumpur. Thank you to participants from India, National Law University, Lucknow, India. And thank you to participants from Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology. However, please accept my apology for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Enjoy your parallel session and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the agenda of parallel session. The parallel session will be conducted online